Test, test. Live. Oh, we've got adverts running. Lovely. An advert of a sinking ship. Nice. Oh good, the adverts have stopped. Thank you Twitch for your interruption. Welcome to Amber Skies and I'm Blades. Yeah, we are doing a little bit of typing today if we can. Not much. Just enough to get by. Alrighty. So if you have any questions on programming, information technology, anything about computers, just ask away. Fire away. We were up to... Well, we're building a server code at the moment. So this is the server code that we're building. We can take that off screen, can't we? Yeah. What can I say about this server code? Anything? Not a lot. If you want to know how to get to this stage, on Fraser Sharp's YouTube, here, Fraser Sharp, you can go to the playlist, and it's programming a server in C. Yep, there you go, there's the setup. So that's all there, which is good. It's good that it's all there. Am I all there? Probably not. Where's my coffee? So somehow I want to finish this today. We've got receive data and then we've got to talk about users. Right. At least put myself some notes up to remind me of what I'm doing. Here we go, receive data. So that's how we send data. How's about receiving it? This one I disagree with. I get you. Right, okay. So we're going to need a bunch of characters returned. That's the first thing. Alrighty, what have we done now? Oh, I've been clicking these little silly things, haven't I? So in the header, receive data, we want characters. There we go. Save all. So somewhere here we want to return some characters. Let's see what we've got to work with first of all. So in standard library, do we have a mem set? Do we have anything? Standard library. Where's memset? Can I remember where memset is? Ah, we haven't got much here, have we? Hash include, let's get some libraries going here, because we want characters, don't we? Let's go with a C string. C string, what's C string? I don't like putting that in. How's about string? That might work. I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything. I want to set some memory. Yeah, I know it's void memset. Yeah, it's just string.h. Okay. There we go. Just don't put your standard in. That must be C++. Never mind. Right. So we've got memset. How much memory do we need? We need... a buffer. So let's have a buffer. And that will be chars. So let's have a pointer, char star buffer. We'll call it. That'll work. So we're going to call it buffer. Don't want the middle value, which is, it just says int val. First part is a destination. A char star, yeah. Int val. What are we going to find there? Nothing. And size will be... We don't have any sizes. Oh, we do. We have a network buffer size. There we go, that'll work. So that will set up a buffer to our network buffer size. 1024 I usually choose, which is 1K. If we need more than 1 kilobyte of data at this point in time, then all we do is we go to here and we change that number, and it changes it in the whole program. That's why we have these. So I don't need to change it all through the program wherever I placed it. So we've now got a buffer. Let's see if we are receiving data. So we've got an if statement. That's obvious. It'll be an SDL command of some kind. So SDLnet. And which one do we want? Underscore try receive REC, and the door goes, just backing them up. I don't believe it. Never mind. Have we got nothing on receive? Okay. We're using UDP, aren't we? Try UDP then. We've got two choices. We'll take the first one. So it's receive V, which in itself is a function which requires the UDP socket Do we have a UDP socket? Yeah, we do. We have a socket. So pop that in. What else does it need? A UDP packet, which is the incoming packet. That's the out one. So I'm guessing this is the in one. Copy that one. And we'll pop that there. And that works. So if there is a packet coming in, that will return an int. And it says the channel will be set blah blah. The function returns the number of packets read from the network or -1 on error. The function does not block, so can return 0 packages. That's why we put it as an if statement. If it returns 0 packages, it's false. As false equals 0. If it returns a number of packages, then it's true, because 1 plus is true. Simple. Makes that easy. What are we going to do about it? We're going to put some brackets, and we're going to tell it what to do. Okay. Do we have a user IP? We have an AmberNet IP address. We're going to need the user's IP address, aren't we? I'll just put it here for now. IP address. We'll just call it user's IP. Just for now, we're only going to put it here. Doesn't really matter too much at this stage, luckily. So the user's IP equals what? AmberNet in. Yeah. AmberNet in, and we'll want the address, please. There we go. Semicolon. Simple so far. What we need to do now is place the information that's been sent with that address into our buffer. And that's a for statement, isn't it? For, what we're going to use, int I, yeah, why not? I'll call it index. We'll start at 0. As long as the index is less than the packet length, I guess. That's AmberNet in length, len, I suppose. And what we're going to do with that, just index add 1, please. We'll do it for each index. There we go. Actually, I prefer to put it a bit closer than that. There. That should do it. Again, brackets, because it's a loop. It's a statement that can do multiple things, so we need brackets. What we're going to do, we're going to take our buffer and we are going to add in the index as a pointer. as an index, really. Inside that memory location, how many memory locations to move along. And we're going to make that equal to whatever piece of data is in the packet. So it's the packet in. There we go. And there is a pointer here to data. And we also have to index that, so we make a copy of it. Basically make a copy of it. That makes sense. There we go. That'll loop through quite happily and make a copy of whatever's been sent in, and a copy of that will go into our buffer. We don't need to do anything else this time. We don't need to do anything else this time. All we have to do is return the buffer. So it's just return our buffer. But we only want the address, or the start of the buffer. So I'll put the start of the buffer, which is at 0. Many problems are facing us with this receive data. I mean, that's as simple as I can make it. Firstly, we have a user IP. What are we doing with it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So that line there does nothing. The buffer we are using we need to store that user address. So it's useless it being there. So we can cut that out. Go back to the top here. And we will say current underscore user, current user's IP. Yeah, that'll do. So now that it's outside, it gets stored. Right, so it does get stored, because we might need access to that. In fact, we will need access to that. Right, because now we need to talk about this user ID. We've done that, that's it, that's all that's needed for received data. All we want to do is get the data that we've received and send that back into our main program from a buffer. Pretty simple stuff. That's called a shallow, no, it's not called a shallow copy because it's a memory address. Well, I suppose it is a shallow copy, but it'll do. It'll do for our purposes and intents because we are immediately going to store that information in some way or form. We're not going to hold around. So I want to use that current user's IP. So we've got this thing, we've got to make an idea of a user ID, possibly for an account on our server. If that makes sense, each user should have an independent ID. Two schools of thought. One is to use a unique identification number, or UID, which a lot of programs do. Personally, I think that's a waste of time. Every user who contacts our server will only be allowed one account. And because of that, we can use their IP address, because those are unique. Pretty simple, huh? We should really use the MAC address, I suppose. They're totally unique. But internet addresses are unique. If you are on the internet, you have a unique IP address where you use the internet from. Causes a problem in testing, I guess, because you need various IP addresses. But even so, inside of a network, all of the addresses are different. So no, it doesn't cause a problem. Unfortunately, I've just dismantled my network. But we'll see what we can do along the way. I'll find a way of multi-use testing. We will work it out. So we need, or do we need? So this user ID, what should it entail? How's about we just make a function called user ID? We can, can't we? How many characters long is it? I'm not really that bothered. We could use exactly the same idea as this here. Get. Oh no, it's got to start with AmberNet, hasn't it? Because we're in AmberNet. AmberNet So it'll be underscore user ID. Okay. And that's just going to be return what is current user's IP? Oh, it's an IP address. Let's change that to IP address. That should work. Yeah, that works. Copy the title, and we'll just add it in under receive data. There we go. And I think that really covers everything. I do have to make a note though. Only call this function where if data received. I think that's a good enough note. Because it can only be called if it's gone through that part there. It has to hit that line at 104 before we can actually use that. And of course we'll know because the buffer will have something in. Simples, but that's a bit of assumption going on there. We should really put an error check in here. But then we're error checking our own work. There's no need to do that. If it's somebody else's, like SDL's work, or their code, I'd put an error check in, but it isn't, it's our code. We should know how to use it. Using uninitialized memory buffer. That's because we're initializing it to 0. What a stupid thing to say. That's wrong, Microsoft. That's wrong. It's inside an initializer. I think what it's saying is, hold on a minute, you're in C++, so you should really put that. But you can't because we're in C. It doesn't work. You see, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. That does. But that and that are the same. Oh, right. So it wants that. Well, that doesn't exist in C. So why is it telling me to do it wrong? God, I love Microsoft. Oh well, not to worry. We'll ignore Microsoft on that one. And we'll do it right, which is that way. That is our initializer there. I wonder. That and that should be the same. That's a mem set. We don't want to do it twice. Different ways of doing the same thing. I want to control the mem set though. Mem set is memory setting. So what we are doing is taking the memory of buffer, setting it to this size and putting zeros in. So we're zeroing out 1K of memory, basically, and calling that 1K of memory buffer. Very simple solution. We don't have to free it up. That does it for us. It's automatic. That bracket there will do it for us. And all it'll do is it'll free that pointer up. It won't clear the memory. Because Microsoft doesn't clear, well, computers don't clear memory. There's no point. They just leave it at whatever values it was. And when they reuse the memory, it gets initialized to a different value. And that's why you need initializers, and that's why it's complaining. Alright. internal workings of Microsoft. So we now have this one warning using uninitialized memory buffer. Is there any way around this? I think there is. I'll cut that out, make that red. And we will set that to our buffer size, I guess. Just Control V. I don't know. Anything will do. Don't care what I put in there. I don't really want to put any... I don't like what I'm doing, so don't do it. Call it amber underscore net underscore buffer. That seems alright. That seems alright. And that seems alright. No warnings. So set up your memory, copy the data to that memory, and then return the address of that memory back to the main program. Yeah, that will work. And it still gives me this warning, which isn't apparent. Where? Where are we? Why aren't you updating? You see? There you go. Click on it. Nothing there. God, this system is so slow, Microsoft. Alright, so we got rid of that. I don't want any kind of squiggly marks or stupidity going on in my programs, thank you. Okay, I think I am happy with this code. So I'm going to the properties for AmberNet, and I'm looking at the librarian. No, it'll be under general, won't it? Output directory, lib. Project directory, lib configuration, target, static library. Yes, that's what I want you to see. So we can now create a static library full of our code. The choices we have are static or dynamic. So one's a .lib and one's a .dll. Most people will be familiar with the .dll, which is your dynamic library, or linking library, DLL. The static library is different. When you compile your code, a static library will be compiled into your code, as a dynamic library will not. And you have to put a DLL with your code for it to work. So for testing, static libraries are better. So I'm going to use a static library. All configurations. That's fantastic. We're in debug. We shall stay in debug then. And we'll see if anything happens with lib. So instead of pressing the go arrow, this is a library, you can't run it. There's no code to run. We're just going to compile it so we can use it. So go to build, and we build a solution, and we have 1 succeeded, 2 warnings. So I'm just checking through what it said. Yeah, okay, it's going to garbage there. uint 8 star differs in levels of indirection from uint 8. You're right. Okay, a null import descriptor already defined in SDL2 lib, second definition. And that's coming from SDL2 net. So both SDL2 net and SDL2 both ask for the same thing. Okay. Try that. Rebuild solution. It's succeeding, but not to my clean solution. Succeeded. Build solution. Where's it getting SDL2 from? Right, this uint 8 business, how are we going to sort that out? I don't think we need to, do we? Have we specified a uint? We have, probably. We have. So it's in send data. Got you. It's an address. But that doesn't matter because it's data being placed to an address. So again, Microsoft is not reading this properly. I haven't put a uint 8 to a uint 8 star. I put it to a uint 8 star : data. And that can't be an address. It can be an address. But that's not how they use it. Is it? SDL note. Networking. What I'm looking for. The data part, isn't it? For outwards. Free sockets. Not using it at all. Hello? Here we go. Here we go. And this is UDP packet. Which one are we using? We're just using straightforward UDP packet. Okay. Doesn't tell me much, does it? I'll see what I've done. That's wrong. we'll come to that. How do we set up these packets properly? Blah de blah de blah. Demonstration, browse. In data, yeah, do. This is send data. Here we go. Get ticks. Timeout. That's your send command. Okay, so how's it getting the data there? It's sending it in as a UDP packet out. That's just cheating. But makes more sense. We're actually sending it in as that UDP packet out. So our data could just be AmberNet out. And all of this will be decided elsewhere. Not sure I like that. So it's in our main. What are you sending out? Allocates the packets. La 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 la. What are you setting to UDP packet out? Just out. That's helpful. Fine. That's your copy. Out is just placed as data pointer. So it is the address. Is that correct then? Yeah. So it was correct with the warning. So that there should be a star. And I'm going to make it into a char star. I think that's better. Would that work? Would that work? What are you complaining about now? It can't find send data. Why can't it find data? Okay, what have I changed here? Yeah? Yeah? That's stuffy. Clean solution, please, and a build solution. One warning, and that's coming from SDL2. That might work. I don't know why it can't find it, it's just being a bit of a slow boy today. That's fine. I don't mind. You be slow. Okay, we have code. Somewhere. Here. Why has it placed it here? So that's our first problem, is it's placed in something called $, which means I've done something wrong. I've got its placement wrong. So let's have a look at its placement. So click on Amber Skies Net, go to Properties, Output Directory. There's a $sign there. Let's get rid of the $signs. And build solution, please. Nothing I can do about SDL, unfortunately. There it is. It's now in the right place. So there's our lib, ambernet.lib, and we can link against this to basically do whatever we need to do with networking. And we have a couple of functions that we can now use, like send, receive. Not overly keen about send data. I'm not sure of the data type there. So this is why we need to experiment. Nothing's clearly shown about it. I think it's supposed to be uint 8 star. I think it is. You just pass the address over, don't you? For the data. You do. Uint 8. It's an address that's looking for, not a character. And it still can't find itself because it's useless. So rebuild solution, and we're done. Now I don't like this idea of framework. Do we keep it? Yeah, it doesn't matter. And that's the project complete. We now have server access of some description. Next on the list of things to do is actually to write the server. So we'll need a test server. And test client. Those are the next two things we need. So how do we get those? That's a good question. I've never tried this, so we're about to try something with Microsoft that, well, might not work. Not unusual, you may say. Which is fine. We need to save this out. And we are on the master. So message is first test code for UDP server. That's what I'm going to call it. And blah de blah de blah. Oh, we can't do it yet. Bin that. That's better. So this will put everything, including the libraries, fully compiled, which is what I want. With their warning. Is this my final answer? Yes. Hello there, Aries. BC. Hope you're doing well. Commit created locally. I pressed a button and everything is now syncing. There's a little sync button there. Successfully synchronized incoming and outgoing commits. You better not have changed my program or I'll scream. Make sure it's not removed things like UserID and receive data, which we've just done. Okay. So that gives us a library containing those 5 functions. Just a small library to get started. Nothing much in there. Just a simple send and receive of a UDP data. That was the easy bit. Now we've got to use it. I also don't understand why lib doesn't show anything. Why do I have to go to here to find out what's in it? Update, refresh. Ah, good. Yep, there it is. So we can now see it here. Good. That's all I wanted. Don't need that anymore. So you can now see that it's all here. It's got little red minuses on it, which means it's not part of the project, I guess. But I don't want it as part of the project. It's not code to be compiled. It's the finished product. So we need to go to our solution. Right click on it, and I think we need to add something. A new project. Looks good. I'm going to go with a console app. And project name. We can call this server local. No, it's got to be a local server. This cannot be an external server. It's in UDP. Comes into experimental. Create. And it's worked. Wow, there's a start. So the first thing that I would like to do is to click on it and click on show all files, and that's all we've got is serverlocal.ccp. Nice. It's probably all we'll need. So when we compile code, what do we call it? We need to put it into an executable file. So like this, we could put into an executable file and execute it. So right click, add, make sure it says folder, not whatever it says if you haven't got this thing here clicked. If you haven't got that clicked, it will say add filter. I don't like filters. It's up to you whether you want to use them. Personally, I click the little button at the top that says show all files, and that changes the menu. So we will add a new folder. What we're going to call it? Shall we call it exec for executable? Or build for built? I tend to use something like exec, don't I? So let's call it that. Executable. So I'll call it the full name because I'm not using abbreviations whilst I'm streaming this kind of thing. So we're going to place the executable in there. The only way we can do that is by telling this stupid thing on properties that we're going to do that. So the output directory is going to be, I can't remember now. Let me just see what I put in AmberNet. Something like that. All configurations times 64, and this configuration, I hate the way it does it. So we'll do that, and instead of lib, I'm just going to change that to executable. And that's where we'll find our final file. So copy U. It's a $project dir, dir is what I'm using. An internal macro. And we just replace that platform bit there. And that'll do it. Apply. And OK. Now this local server will depend on AmberNet. So let's make this the set as startup project. That's the first thing. So it highlights it. We're not doing AmberNet anymore. We're going to do this one. So it's now highlighted. So that's been set. Build dependencies. Now let's have a look. Let's see what else we've got here. Is it add reference? Module class resource new editor config. I don't think it is. No, I think it's build dependencies. Project dependencies. Click on AmberNet and click OK. Did that work? It won't rebuild AmberNet unless AmberNet changes. But we should be able to now build into our executable here. There's our hello world. Let's just read this. What did it actually do? Okay. It built. Doesn't mean much. First of all, we don't use IOStream, do we? I'll put stdio.h and that becomes printf. Open brackets. Welcome to the local Amber server. Open brackets UDP. Alrighty, starting to look better. Looking a lot better now. Let's give it a date, which is the 5th of December. There we go. Okay. That's it. It's got it now. There might have just been something hidden on one of these blank lines that I copied over. Or Microsoft is stupid. One of the two. Okay, that's a mistake. And now I can read it. Lovely. So that's my version of Hello World. Can I include AmberNet.h? No, I can't. Is the answer. So the header file can't be found. So that's our first thing. We need to be able to find the header file. So under server local, properties, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to go into VC++ directories, and we are going to look for header files. Include directories. Edit. Click the little buttons on the right hand side. AmberNet network, select folder. Okay. Library directories. I'm going to edit. Thank you. Can have the little thingies. Amber experimental, AmberNet, lib. I'm going to select the lib folder, as that's where it should be. Okay, that's just information about the build. And that should give us everything we need. Apply. Okay. Now this could be interesting. So it's AmberNet. net.h. There we go. That works. Lovely. So now we've got AmberNet.h. Can we actually use it though? This is the problem. We'll soon find out. And that should include SDL. Okay. So let's have a look at the initializer. We just need 3 items. Null for server. We can do that. We can do that. And we can do that. Port in. What year are we in? This is how I normally do it. Port in is 2021. That's how I get my ports. And port out will make next year. 2022. So that's my ports done. I should now be able to call init. Does it give a return value? No. So let's try it. It's worked. So it wants a const char star IP address, which is host IP address. It needs the port in and port out. Port in and port out. That's what it's asking for, and that's what we'll give it. the next thing we need to do is check to see whether we made any error checks in here. Get error. Yes, we did. Good. So then the last thing we do in here server code goes here. Like that. And then we would do the opposite. That. We should then be able to run our program. Nope. Didn't like me. Cannot open source file SDL_net.h. That was interesting. Why can't it open that? And this is why I don't like framework. Okay. So AmberNet rebuild. Local server rebuild. Can I open include file sdl.h? So additional dependencies. Okay. Do I have to put additional dependencies in here nowadays? We can try. It knows where they are. Why can't it open SDL.h? AmberNet can open it, but you can't. Okay, anybody got any clues on this one? System. That's different. Tools. Nope, don't want any of those. Path. System. Path. Path. From the desktop, right-click the very bottom left corner of the screen to access the Power User Task menu. What? I think it's talking bollocks. Let's try system configuration. That's just that rubbish. Well, that's device specifications for you. Okay. Windows 11 system path. Well, that's Rolex. What's it called? Environment variables. Edit system environment. There you go. That's what we're after. Thank you. So the bottom of this is environment variables. If I go to path, edit, SDL2 point libx64. Where's the header file? New, browse, PC, Windows, you lot, that's the include file, let's pop you in, and OK. 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 Maybe that's why. Let's try a build. So it hasn't picked up on the header file. Alright, so that's close. Reopen. So I'll clean, and I'll build, and that's better. CLEXE exited with code 2. Can I open include SDLH? No such directory or fact. I've just popped it in. It's in your system. Dumbo. Hello. Properties. General. Directories. Include directories. Edit. And it's on C. SDL2 include. No, you should not be bothering me. Just rebuild you. SDL main must return a value. Must it now? Rebuild. Good. What that means is that we have not initialized SDL. Good. It's a correct thing at long last. Can we get rid of you? Get rid of you. Now the server has nothing much to do with SDL, but we do need to initialize it for the server to work. So before we can use the server, we must use SDL in it. SDL underscore. I bet it's not here. Yeah, there it is. Init. SDL underscore init everything, because I don't care. Put that on a separate line so it's easy to alter. There we go. And that means here you also need SDL underscore quit, is it? Yes, bottom one. That one. So that's your extra. SDL main must return a value. I'm going to put SDL in here. SDL.h hash include SDL. Is it just main? No. Underscore main. There it is. That one. Do I need anything else? AmberNet init should initialize the network. Is that correct? Yes, it is. That should work. We're in debug mode. Okay. Let's try that in release. Okay. Let's try this in release. Cannot open input file sdl2.lib. C SDL 64. Select folder. Okay, apply. Okay. It's acting very, very weird. That's linking. I've got something wrong in the linking. Additional library directories. I'm going to just put it in here anyway. Select folder, okay, apply. Did we put the libraries in? Probably not. Yes, we did. It's coming up short on the initializer and the quit for unresolved external. Alright, okay. Let's try to debug that. And it comes up with SDL main must return a value. That's interesting. Dooby-dooby-dum-dum, dee-da-dee-dee. Fantastic. Never seen this before. Error. SDL underscore main colon must return a value. And you're using C string. Init, everything, yeah. Blah de blah de blah. Well, you've got net and main in the wrong directions. That's about all it can be. It's because SDL defines a macro like this. Oh. Return 0. That's what it's asking for. Stupid me. It also requires something in here. Int argc, char star argv. Those are the ones, aren't they? Int char c, comma. What? That is so confusing. Int argc. Ah, I got you. My dumb. Char star argv. Helps if I read it. Argc. And then it's char star arg, argument variable. Is that all I need? Completely forgotten about that. Just the brackets. Okay. It does actually need that for SDL to work. I will go over that if anybody wants me to. What it means. Is it the debug that's doing this? No. It's not linking SDL to. Does this need to be in the other code? It shouldn't do because I put it before we call, but how is the program being compiled? Yikes. So these are linking errors that we've got. So I've got additional. Okay, we'll put the library directories in, do we? Could do. Additional library directories, edit. Ah. They're different. Grief. No, it won't compile. That's correct. Well, how astonishing. I've got those in the right order. I don't actually usually include SDL main. So SDL main will not pick up. Okay. Let's get SDL working. I can't do that. Yes, I can. Alright, so there's no errors. SDL init is working. As soon as we try and initialize, we can't. I am guessing oh, you're actually seeing me debug. I just realized. Rebuild all to succeeded. Amber init doesn't exist. Okay. Put the include in. Everything works fine. Just have a think a minute. Do I change that line? But that's the line I'm testing. Could be SDL. Net, isn't it? Net underscore init. For that. Take U out to here. And rebuild. Okay, that's a success. Now we bring the code in that I've altered. Do a rebuild. AmberNet int. It's querying that AmberNet init is void. It says it wants a char constant and 2 initializers. Ooh, interesting. So what does it want? Shouldn't need anything. Let's have a closer look at that's in it. Ah, wait a minute, no, it's a void. Unresolved external symbol. Alright, let's go into debug mode. If Microsoft will let me go into debug mode, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. AmberNet init. AmberNet is not being found somewhere. Wrong. So it's this piece of code. We've managed to isolate it. Lib x64. There it is. sdl2_net.lib. Well, that's what it says I'm after. Should that come before main then? Sometimes it's the order of things matters. Okay, apply. Where's libraries? There. Make sure everything's the same. Interesting if that's the case. I know it is the case for other things, so I can't see why it shouldn't be the case for this. Main comes last. Could be interesting idea. Nope. Okay. We remove that out of here is the answer. And we place it in here. That works. And now we test that line. By itself. That works. Ooh. I can't put that inside a library. And that doesn't need SDL.h. And it hasn't got it. It's just got the net. So that's now correct. Lovely. This is starting to look better. You might notice that when I rebuild all, it says rebuild all to succeeded. It's rebuilding both. Just out of interest. I'm doing that on purpose. Build. No. Well, that's not good, is it? The error is a linking error. It can't link AmberNet init for some reason. So the problem is probably me. That's linking. I've got the dependencies. I've got the libraries. Yeah, all the .libs are in the same folder, yeah. Very dodgy. Ah, wait a minute. There is another test I can do. Am I setting the linker to multi-thread DLL? No. Doesn't like that command there. Just get rid of that command for a second. No, thank you. I know that could be the reason. Don't worry. Okay, save, run, debug, rebuild all. Is SDL main coming up again? It's an awkward one with SDL. It can't reference itself properly by the looks of this. That's weird. That's a little weird. And now it can't do it. Clean solution, build solution. Now it just cannot initialize. When I could about 10 minutes ago. Actually. Won't do it. Okay. This is the order that I would do them in. If I was to do it this way. It can't even do it now. Ah, wait a minute. That's wrong. That could be why. SDL net underscore quit. That'll do. That's it. It was that line there that was doing it. Right, so instead of putting SDL net, so it could be that actually the outro that's doing this. Interesting. That would make more sense. I've been in thinking it's a setup. Yeah, the setup's okay. Works fine, absolutely fine. Alright, let's try the full setup. I think the setup's working fine. Take out the code from here. And pop in the code here. Just using rebuild, and there it goes. SDL main cocks up. So it's not my code that's cocking up, that's the problem. And this is correct. Yeah. I don't know why it's referencing SDL main. Because all SDL main does... hold on a minute. SDL main is static. Ooh, that's awkward. It's a static library. You can't. I don't think you can put a static library inside a static library somehow. That could be the problem. Well, let's find out. Let's take out the rest of the code. As we don't need it at the moment. Okay, there's our initializer. That's all I want it to do. That's okay. So SDL main is stopping this code. So it looks like we can't put SDL inside a library, which is fine. I really don't mind. But it would have been nice, to say the least. Because it would then mean you can, yes, I know you can, but you'd have to put it in a dynamically linked library. A DLL. And that's not what I want. It doesn't seem to go static. I know there is a warning on the site that says statically linking is not supported. Or static linking is not supported. So it could be awkward. But for some reason it's just not wanting to play ball. So what we'll do, for now anyway, is we'll test it all out. We'll take away that reliance, make it a separate thing. We'll take that out, which is fine. And I want to take that out as well. I don't like that there. And we'll start setting this up fully a different way. So under server, what we're going to have here is we are going to add a new folder, and we're going to call it source, where all our source files are going to go. To that folder I will add you, and just for now, I mean we've written it so we can use it, and you. Which means we do need a copy of you, don't we? I hate framework as a name. Right, we'll put you in source for now. And we will rename you to common. So it's common. And in common, I've got everything I need. Well, we've got everything we need so far. I'm wondering if there's a problem with C string that I'm missing. Could be. Could be. But we're about to find out. We can test it from within our own server and export it later once we've got it working. Sounds normal. I only need network AmberNet H. Yeah. How about this project is related to... It's a server, it's a game server. It's for running games on. Eventually. Is it related to Eve? No, this is not the Eve. But if you want to know how a server works, this is a fantastic insight into the nuts and bolts of how Eve works. It might help you understand why Eve has a server tick and how the commands are issued from your keyboard to the server. I mean, it could help you understand that and why server ticks are very, very important during PvPs, for instance. How do people warp off even though it shows them being warp scrambled? It's because of the server tick and how the server tick operates. Things like that. Even though you've got the symbol up on your screen doesn't mean it's active. It may be active on your screen, but not on the server. And we have to deal with those problems. Okay, pop the code back in. Now all we have to do is hash include and it's source. I can't see because there's stupid things in the way. That one. That makes everything work. I'll just use the first, we'll just use init first and see how that goes. Won't do it, so there's something wrong. Sugar is that word that I needed. Back to basics. God, I hate C doing this on this system because I can't track it. Works fine. I bet that's not. Do we have a null pointer on this system? We do. So that code is fine. I can't run it because it's linking errors. That looks correct. Okay, take the code out. These are coming in. And it can't build. It's this line here. There's something wrong with that, and I don't understand why it would be. Means I'm accessing it wrong. Yeah, that's better. That's an uninitialized variable, that's right. I am going to have to put host address in. It says if you leave it null, you're fine. Does null not exist? Yes, it does. That's probably the problem. Yeah. Looks like it. I don't think it likes that. AmberNet.h, there's nothing in it. It's just... straightforward. It's the IP address, I think. Let's check out, see if we can get an IP address. What is the IP address of localhost? IP address of localhost. It's not something I keep in my head. 127.0.0.1. Let's try that. One two 7.0.0.1. Helps if you put it in quotes. So let's do that. Okay. Alright, so we've got a host address now. Is it going to go green or what? Nope, that's not the problem. It won't build. SDL will not build for me. It can. It's there. Oh, we've still got external libraries going on, haven't we? Can we just get rid of it? Thanks. Not like that. Actually, doesn't matter. I'm going to take all this rubbish out. Right, that's that done. Yeah, SDL main is a macro for main, yes I know. So it gets replaced. Right, so that's that cleaned up. Well, I can't have C, I can only have C++. That's great. We might have to do this in C++, to be quite honest with you. Should we do it in C++ instead? Usually works better. But it's not something I want to do. I want to do it in C. C should work, because SDL is written in C. So I don't understand why it wouldn't. Okay, that's the C directories. Where's header files on that? Okay, none. It's good. Go to the linker. Get rid of that. Input is correct. We'll cut you out. Put you at the end. Yeah, additional include directories is empty, that's correct. That's input. So that's the libraries I want. Okay, that's fine. I might have to compile SDL. Right, so we've emptied everything out anyway that I've altered. Alright. And that's completely wrong. Okay, restart. Dibby-dibby-dum-dum. Okay. So start from the very beginning. Under C++, additional include directories. We will edit and place in SDL2, include, select folder. Okay. Under linker, additional library directories, we will edit SDL2 lib 64. Okay. Everything looks hunky-dory there. Everything looks hunky-dory there. Make sure we are requesting the correct files to link. Comes under input, SDL2, main, net. Nothing else required, is there? Won't build. It can't find an external symbol. For that. And it's not an external symbol I'm after. Don't like it. I doesn't like it. It can't find Ambernet underscore in it. Good point. Nope, application.exe. The only thing I can do is rewrite it. Something's screwed up in the system for builds. So something's screwed up in the build system. It's quite easy to get around. It's not a problem to me. But this time I'm going to test it from start to finish. And then release it out to a network once it's tested. I think that's going to be a better idea. This way round, it's just not going to work. So, close that. Visual Studio. Let's have ourselves create a new project. It's going to be a console application. Now these are backwards, aren't they? So the project name is going to be UDP local server. Fair enough. Place solution and project in the same directory. No. We'll call this MMO experiment. If you don't get it right at the beginning, it just messes everything up. There we go. All right, click on that. And all we do then is we open that file. Open folder in File Explorer. Go back to Amber Experimental. Okay. Of course it is. because it's here. And we'll write it in C. Alrighty, let's put everything in the same file so we're not messing things up. So let's get that other file as well. Let's start with this one. Done. That's that a lot. Get it titled 14.11.05.12. 05 and 12. Alright, we're all set up now, aren't we? Alright. So for this to work, we have to include this lot. Let's do that. It's not hard to do this. So that includes. Okay. Linker. We'll add lib 64. Select folder. Okay. That's libraries. Under import, we shall take the libraries, which is, God. Give me the libraries a minute. Those are the libraries we've got. So we have SDL2 dot lib. We have SDL2 main.lib. Make sure I get it right. Main.lib. And of course we have SDL2 net.lib. Net.lib. Okay, so that's copied from here. Alright, so we should be able to do now, quite simply, SDL underscore init SDL net underscore init. And then we should be able to do SDL net underscore quit, which is our outro, and SDL underscore quit, which is your outro, your opposites. So that's your basics for SDL. That's all there is to it. Welcome to the UDP underscore local server. And return carriage. Where's that on my keyboard? I don't know. It's not here. I've got something missing on my keyboard. It should be next to the Z and it isn't. Oh. I'll get it from here. This keyboard is not for programmers. There we go. So that is a basic program. SDLnet quit is in white. Why would that be, I wonder? Because, so that's a straightforward open and close SDL. Debug. Run. Link.exe exited with code 1120. Unresolved external symbol SDL main referenced in function main get command line. Yes, that's correct. All right. Ember experimental server local U server local U int argc char star argv. SDL cannot operate without those. For some reason. Don't ask me why. Build. Succeeded. Run. Not a problem. So yeah, it was the build screwing up. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. What, Poppy? Initialize the UDP server, yeah, blah de blah de blah. Blah de blah de blah. Blah de blah de blah. Blah blah de blah. Okay. Copy. Code in. Do I want that? Not really. Right. What do we need? What's missing? Hash define. That to be 1024. 1K. I'll do that. Looks okay there. Looks okay there. No errors showing. Save. Build's okay. Build's fine. Well, how's about that then? So I've now still got the same program to test, unfortunately. So SDL init we replace with that, basically. So we're not actually adding new code. We'll take you lot. Copy. Semicolon. Semicolon. And this is the fun one. So that's going to be equal to, what did I say, 127.0.0.1 semicolon. So that just goes to all there. Done. So that's the initialization. An initialize local variable port out used. Oh well. Equals in will be this year, 2021, and we'll have 2022. Port out. No problem at all. Interesting. So SDL net quit now becomes that. simply put. So now we can init, we can print something, and we can quit. I hope. I'll just press that button, who cares? Yep, there you go. Windows Defender. Allow access, please. We have a server. It works. You can tell because Windows got upset. And there is your server. That's your basic server. That's all there is to it. Fully tested, of course. Not. Right, we need to write a server, don't we, really? So these do work, as far as I can tell. What we need to do is set up a loop to watch for somebody coming and having a crack at me on the in socket. You can see why I wanted to separate it all up now, because it just becomes stupid. So AmberNet in. Do we have bool? We do. Will that just give me bool? It will. So all we need to do is set up an infinite loop for our main program. So it goes something like bool is running equals true. While hold on a minute. Yeah, want it at the top. So while is running, do the following statements. We want to call input. So we should receive something back. It's supposed to be a star, that. Does it matter? No, not really. Why is that wrong? Oh, it's a char. Single quote. So what we can do is we can go to data incoming equals, and it's AmberNet. receive data. I don't know what we're going to receive, do I? Let's do something stupid. I don't know what the result is from SDL for nothing coming in. It might be 0. So it's a character or string. We'll say it's a string, shall we? Let's test this system out. I'll just fill the screen up with whatever it is. I don't care what you do. I'll run it once, so it's not going to cock up. Is running equals false. That will break us out of the loop for the test and quit. Hello, Poppy. So if I get a 0, that'll be interesting. Will that actually build? It will. It shouldn't. I think it's wrong. Yeah, exception thrown. Access violation, writing location nil. Okay. Absolutely fine. That's exactly what I expected. How do we do that differently? So it was null. So we can start it like that. Alright, we'll do some bad programming. If data incoming is equal to a null, do some very bad programming. Else God, that's the worst programming I've done in a long time. And this one will be printf no incoming data. And I can't do the thingy line, can I? It'll be somewhere on my keyboard, I just don't know where it is. It's a new keyboard. There we go, semicolon, everything should work. Writing to location null. Oh. Dum me. For starters, I've used the wrong variables, haven't I? There's an AmberNet socket and an AmberNet in. Where did I set them? I didn't. Why is this still invalid? Okay. Yeah, set port in and port out. When we look at the top, no, those are packets, not... Ah. AmberNet socket and AmberNet in. Where do we get the socket from? The socket should be defined for us. No, that's receive data. There's nothing here. I'm not asking for that one to be used. Why is it accessing it? Ah, receive data, here we go. Well, that's not null. That's correct. I think it's this that it's complaining about. That's null. Access violation writing to null. You can't write to null, I know that. Why are we writing to null? Memset writes zeros, and it's writing to null. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it's this. That's wrong. That's a memory violation. So AmberNet buffer needs to be something. It needs to be something of a specific size. That size is the only one we've got, so we'll use that. Could work. Cannot convert from char star to char, thank you. At least that agrees with me. $120. so we're still having problems with our buffer. So that's... doesn't matter, that's a data index. But I want the data, don't I? So if I want the data, is that a... No, it's not one of those. Is it the address? No. I thought that assign was fine. I think that should be a star. That's the first thing. So our usage of it should be an address. A value of type uint8 cannot be assigned to an entity of type char star. So you're the uint8, are you? You're not going to tell us? Yeah. There we go. We'll put the data into the first part of the index. That makes more sense. At least we're getting some errors. Oh, blast, it worked. No incoming data. Well done! Right, so we figured it out. That is a bit awkward. What it means is go to that memory address and place that data in at the beginning of the memory address. That means the beginning of the memory address. So it's a two-dimensional array. Memory is a two-dimensional array. You have memory, it's just like this. This is a two-dimensional array. So you've got your line numbers coming down the side, and then you've got your line length going across there. So 0 would place that data at the start of the line. It means I can place the data in anywhere I want at that address. Because there's 64 bits, and that's 8. That's an 8-bit. So I could put lots of data in there. If I wanted to, I could be very efficient. I'm not trying to be efficient, I just want the damn thing to work. So, we have now tested that we can... no incoming data. We can get to here quite happily. There's nothing wrong with these functions except they just need writing properly. So at this point, we can't test anymore, can we? No, we can't. We need to write another program to send the data, and that's called a client. This is where testing gets a little bit awkward, because we need them both to exit. So we're going to run a client that sends some data, and on that data our server is going to take an action, and that's how we test it out. And now you're going to find the hilarious part. It's the same program. But instead of we have to receive as well. But not just receive, we have to send and receive for a client. We do set the sockets and everything, don't we? In the initializer. Yes, we do. In-out gets set, AmberNet socket gets set. Good. Thank God for that. So that's how a server works. Now you can see the problems. Because I can no longer put that in there. I can only put it, well, to begin with, there. What is wrong with this line? I wish it'd stop messing me about. It's because we're not running it, it's not crashing. Alrighty. So we're going to do exactly the same for a client. Also going to set it up exactly the same. But we're just going to rewrite the client so it sends some data to that address there. And on that port. Right, the host address this time is going to be different. I don't know the host address for this machine. Yeah. We can use the same host IP, doesn't matter. We only have to test a send and a receive, don't we? So that's a receive, we'll have to do a send. Okay. Oh, there is another problem. This while running loop is now infinite. And that's going to use my CPU. Is there a pause or something? No. SDL. How do we stop it from doing stupid things? How do we make it pause? I usually leave one in, don't I? It will be in core main loop. Delay. SDL delay. That'll do it. Hold on. So I'll just put a delay in there, give it a bit of a pause so that my computer can do other things at the same time as running this little Diddy program. I don't suddenly want to overheat me CPU. That might help. Okay, so this runs. We're happy with that. There you go. No incoming data. Will run forever. And to get out of that is Control C, X something. I don't know. Close the window. Might do it. Close this. Yeah, that does it. Yep, that did it. Lovely. So, as you can see, it never gets to this is running false. It's endless. So under solution, add, new project, a console app. And what we're going to call this is UDP client. It's local, isn't it? This is actually the game. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this our main. So set as startup project. So we're only bothered about this one. Get rid of all that trash. And it literally is the same program, but we're just going to alter it slightly. Can you go down? I've got to use the mouse wheel. Okay. There we go. We duplicate the program and it tells me that it's not working for some reason. And it's not working because these don't work. So unfortunately we have to set it all up for those as well. Properties. It's already put them in. No, that's local server properties, cancel. I want local client, startup project. Properties. Linker, additional dependencies. SDL2 .lib. How do this one? Main. On SL2 underscore net. Under general, additional library directories is here. Don't you just love Microsoft? Libraries, 64. Okay. C++, include directories at the top. Done, done, apply, and done. Everything should work, and if I run it, we get that. Allow access. Lovely. Slight problem, I just messed up. Show all files. I've now got an x64 folder. Delete. Does it matter? Yes, it does matter. Unfortunately. Right, under the server, what did I put? Yes, solution directory. Damn you, Microsoft. I've now got to go and clean all of that garbage up. Very nice of it. So we better put our output directory to something. So we will put it to project directory. Yeah, project. Doesn't help you out with this bit. Project directory. Take those back. Ah, I don't have that character. Now what do I do? Oh, I can get it from the end, can't I? Control C. Control V. And what are we going to call this thing? Let's call it the executable. Executable. Lovely. And just pop that over that. configuration yet. Yeah, I think I prefer that. There we go, we've now got an executable. Wow. Let's rebuild, refresh. Yeah, there's our executable. Problem is, where we're going to get the DLLs from? Shouldn't have to. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Right, let's modify this one exactly the same way. Just to the slash, okay. That's that done. So now if we rebuild and take a quick look, we've got an executable. Fantastic. We need to do that mainly because we're going to have to run both of them. That could be fun. Right, let's concentrate on the client anyway. So we just want to send something. And that's our sending do free. Actually, we don't need a while loop, do we, for a send? All we're going to do is send something. Right, so we've got uint8 data address. Right, okay. Let's try data to send equals something. And we'll make it a char star. Const. We could make it a const char star. Doesn't really matter, does it? And we're going to say what we're going to say. Test data sent to server. Do I need thingies on it? One 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So how do we do it? Ah, I was right. Const char star. Thank you. I actually don't think it needs the brackets, but they don't matter, do they? It does want the brackets, okay. Fair enough. I'm not going to argue with it. So that is our data to send. And we will need to send 0 and the address, please. Not the dollar. Can't see. Thank you. Okay, that works. Int length. I think we counted 25. And IP address, destination address. What, you don't like the ampersand sign? Okay. Why don't we like 25? All right. What? Send AmberNet, send data. Data, length, destination address. Yeah, that's right. And IP address. Destination. What is this thing? It's a type def IP address, IP address. There's nothing on it. Nothing on it. Equals, I guess it's going to be 127.0.0.1. Je ne comprends pas. How do you set a destination address? We haven't tried doing this, have we? No, I've been relying on SDLNet Resolve Host. Interesting. So I need to be able to set the IP address for the server. Am I making my own EVE Online with the client and the server? No, it's just for a game. Any game. I've already got the EVE Online server. I've already done that. I haven't got modules working yet, and to quite honest with you, I can't really be bothered. Why am I getting this? Too many initializer values. There's something not right here. It's int error. We'll call it error for now. Right, that's better. I'm just, yeah, at the moment making a framework to be able to be used for any game, really. So just doing the basics. Damn, that's right. Is it? Alright, let's read the error. That's what I think it should be. Const char star star is incompatible with parameters type of uint8 star. I just want the address. It won't do it, will it? So what can we send? For data storage? No. No, you're way behind the times if you're thinking that. In the 80s, yeah. In the 90s, possibly, yeah. In the 2000s? Don't you think computers have enough memory now? Send data. Packet. User ID. Where are you going to store these unique IDs to be served to the client? In memory. It's a UDP, there's no logon. So I can store it in memory if I need it. We haven't got to accounting. Why should you need to register to play a game? Interesting thought, isn't it? I'm not liking this. That can be done locally on your own machine on the client. The client can look after a person's data. Doesn't have to be done on the server, you know. Don't tell me, yes, they can alter it. Well, yeah, let them. They won't be able to connect to the server then, will they? Because you do track certain things. Then you've got to address that issue. Right, that's got me baffled. I know why it's a uint 8. It's the address of the data. But how do I send the address to that data? C++. I've got some C++ somewhere. We can have a look at that, can't we? Oh, this goes through to a server. Sorry, Poppy. Yeah, I mean, you can address cheating, I suppose, if you wish to. Or you can assume that everybody's not going to cheat. If you take away the temptation to cheat, people don't cheat. Pretty simple. If you take away the reason for hacking something, people don't hack it. Has anybody ever thought about it that way? It's just a thought. It's just something I want to throw out there whilst the server's loading up. I mean, for instance, let's talk about EVE Online for a second. What would people do if they could alter something on their account? What's the first thing they would do? Answer's obvious. Exactly. They would add ISK, money. Or change the skills, yeah. Those are your first two main areas, aren't they, really, when you think about it? When you come to RPGs online, how many RPGs online would you say that about? Yeah, first two that come to mind. How many RPGs online currently that you can play would you do those two things? There's an easy answer to that. It's all of them. So is the design flaw? Yeah, probably all of them. Yeah, exactly. So is the design flaw in the game or in the player's mind? Both, thank you, yes. So the perception that you need to, for advancement, is that you need money and you need levels of some kind. It's in every single MMO going. It sounds to me as though the people who write games haven't got very much imagination. And instead of tackling the issue, they've just ignored it. So what would happen if you made currency freely available within your game? And levels, there aren't any. You would then suddenly have a very fair game, wouldn't you? Where everybody has the same opportunities. Yeah, and there's no point to cheat. Pretty simple idea. Right, let's see if we can connect to my server. Oh, is it on 12? Nah, it's not on 12, is it? Okay. Where do I normally put my server? Let's go for 192. 168. 0. 100. Let's see if this will work. And there we go. Alright, this is my server. What worries you is that these practices do not appeal to many people. They want grind and to work for their achievements. Oh yeah, you can give them different achievements. The process is more important to them than the final outcome. Yeah, exactly. So give people goals. That might help. Network. Oh, that was big. Oh god, it's one of these. So this is using C++. Okay. That's Qt. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, is computer security. And a lot of computer security is unneeded. To be honest. Would you recommend to go over to Windows 11, or is it still having performance issues, hardware? I've got it. Windows 11's fine, I'm using it right now. That just starts the server. AmberNet, that's a TCP. How have I dealt with it here? This is a TCP messenger. Connected, disconnected, ready read, yeah, bits written. QINT 64 instead of the UINT 8. Errors, state changed, yeah, written. Okay. How's it actually giving those? It's just saying bytes. Okay. My PC does not meet the minimum requirements. Yes, they've changed them. Yeah, the minimum requirements have been changed. Let's have a quick look. I need the 21H1 for x64 based systems on this one, but currently it has to be updated until you've got to the Windows 10 version correct. It needs that to be correct for the update to work. That's how that update's working. I'm going to cheat. I don't really want to think about it yet, do I? Right, let's make up some data. What can we have? So we need uint 8. Secure boot and TPM2. Yeah, you'll need those, definitely. Right, what's wrong with this? Oh. Damn it, you do have to resolve the address. There's no local host. Yeah, it needs the address of that, doesn't it? Okay. And the last thing it's going to need is... interesting. Destination. Right, let's go and find out how they do this. So we're looking for a client, a UDP client. No harm in that, I guess. Here's a client. Receive. Where's send? Open output file. Starting transfer out. Data 0. To where? Sock 0 out. Where's out? Can I highlight that? There's out being used. IP host bus, blah 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 blah. There's your socket. Allocate max packet out is there. That's not an address. And IP host and port. So do we need to do this? I think we do. AmberNet IP address comes from there. Let's try it out. I don't think that's the length. Maybe that. There's a way of doing it. Supposed to program the length, aren't we? Length equals 9. Okay, so you just put the number in. God, they've made this really easy to read, haven't they? God, that's rubbish. Why would anybody write a program that looks like that? Alright, we'll start with length 1 and see how far we get with that. AmberNet address, is that actually going to happen? It's local anyway. It should do. So all I want to do here is just printf result from send equals %d. God, that's an old hang-up, isn't it? D for digit, comma, yeah, no, error. I don't know what it's going to be, so we'll pop that in. You got a /n for me, thank you. There we go. Quite a simple program. I'm just making up the data set, and I'm going to use, obviously the address is the same because it's the same computer. Let's see if our local client will build. It will with 2 warnings. On 178. Truncation from int to uint. Okay, fair enough. And truncation of constant value. Uint 8, how much can that cope with? Probably just not that much. Zero warnings. Okay, that's got rid of the warnings. I was just getting an overflow on the data. Uint 8 can't really go that far, can it? It's only small. I think it's 128, isn't it, for a uint 8 or something like that? Can't remember off the top of my head, and I don't really care right now. I just want to see if this thing will run and find out what this error thingy does. So let's run it, allow access, and it'll then finish. Result from send equals 1. So it sent 1 packet. Let's try 2 packets and run it. Result from send equals 1. So there's only 1 packet. We're sending 1 piece of data. So I'll leave that at 1. But it's working. It's not giving us an error. All we need now is the server to be working at the same time. Right, well, the server's there. There's the executable. Have we got a terminal? Don't tell me that Windows 11 doesn't have terminals. Oh, it's at the bottom, here. Oh, wow. Okay, so is it LS or DIR on these? Oh, LS will work. Good. So it's a PowerShell we've got. So we can CD to the executable. Let me just see what we've got the executable printing. It prints all the time, doesn't it? So it's just going to go splatter all over here, isn't it? If it works. And the executable is UDP underscore local underscore server .exe. Command not found. /. Is that how you do it on this? No. How do you make it go? Which one's this one? MMO experiment. What? Okay. Ooh. So if I run the local server, a result from send equals 1. Ah, it's doing the wrong one. That's why. Okay, let's run this. Allow access. No incoming data. And on this one, we will go to the client and we'll just run it. And it threw an exception. Access violation going to 18. Is that because the close and the unbind are in the wrong order? Or is it one of these here that's... the null's in this one. It's not in this one, is it? These are the nulls. I'm just wondering why it would do that. Try again. Result from send equals 1. Yeah. And when the server's running, result from send equals 0. So it goofed up. It sent it to itself. Ah. We need to run this on a different in a different place. So it's working. Wow. It's actually working. Alright, we need to work out these addresses. What is this? This is the code. Ah, great. So it's a host and a port. in network form. If the function succeeds, it will return 0. Right, okay. In address any. How about that? Taken from SDL themselves. Will that work? Seems to. At least we'll learn something there. This is what happens when you stop looking through the code. It's not liking that line. We're trying to get the send off and it's just not liking that line. No incoming data. God, this is so much easier to work with servers than it is to work with clients. Destination IP address, yeah. I'm trying to send it to localhost. Unless it's getting interrupted. Is there an interrupt there? No. Actually, what we'll do with this thing is stop it from printing garbage everywhere, shall we? Did I do the wrong one? That doesn't help. Oh, what am I doing? I'm in the wrong place. Stupid me. Sorry. Get the client off there, please. Thank you. All right. I was just about to stop that, wasn't I? Nothing? Okay. I'm wondering if we should just use one port. No. Bad idea. Oh, I think I've worked it out. We need a different variable. We need a server address. Oh. Ah, interesting. So where we are actually resolving this host here, that gets stored in that line. And that takes the host address and the port out. So we need the port in. No, we don't. AmberNet address is the correct one. If we set it to in, I get you. Null for the server. It should set it to that, which is null. Okay. We haven't reversed the ports. Have we? Port in is 2021. Which is port out. And the opposite is true. Doesn't really matter, you can use different ports. Maybe you should. Interesting idea. Result sent 1. Good. We've got a sender now. And we've got a freeze. Yeah, that's okay. I think we got the same problem we had with this one. which is on send data, receive data. Let's just run that again. Right, let's get rid of the spam rubbish. There was an error. So you put a not, and you take that lot out. Cool. Don't need it. Okay. So we can run this for as long as we want now, without it spamming too much. One server. I know what's wrong with it already. One send. Server doesn't do anything, it should crash. Right, lovely, it did. Ah, we got to the receive, so it did receive. We've won. Access violation writing location 0. What? Why is our buffer not there? Our buffer's not working. We've done it. We've cracked it. The buffer's not working. Oh, fantastic. That worked. Stop the program, please. Right, so this buffer isn't working. That's the only thing we've got left, is a buffer. Once the buffer works, we're home free. You're wondering, why do we have to transfer it? That's a good point. What would happen, for instance, if I skipped that oh no, yeah. That's a char star. And that's a UDP packet. I wonder. I wonder. Can I just send out that address? But it's a temporary buffer. How long will I need it for? Not long. Split second, maybe. What I'm thinking is So it's data coming in from here. What's the data? Blah de blah de blah. I just want the address. Can I just take the address? Oh, index doesn't exist. Stupid me. Now we find out, yeah, it's just the address I want. No, that's not the address. Nope, that's not the address. That doesn't exist. No, I don't think we can do that. That's stretching the usage of variable types a little bit far. Okay. It's not designed to be used that way. So why is my buffer not working? Char star. What's wrong with that? Oh, that's a const char. Doesn't like it that way either. Char star 1024. Can't be used to initialize an entity of type char star. And there's no new. I don't think new exists in C, does it? Nah. That's C++. Can't think of any other way of doing it. Off the top of my head, anyway. Anybody got a solution in C for setting up a char star? How about that? That's fine. Now I can make it equal to 0. There's no index on it now. That looks a lot better to me. That makes a lot more sense. Use the right variable type is the answer. Maybe. And this is receive data, isn't it? Let's see if this works. Oh. Okay. That wasn't supposed to happen. That was a bit weird. That told me that... Ah, right. I didn't actually ask it to print anything. There you go. Result equals blank. Which means we have to set it to null. No, we don't. Oh gosh, that's so easy to do. Take that from there. Destination is supposed to be an address. That is not an address. Yes, it is. It's a name of an array. A name of an array is always an address. We have to check the first byte, don't we? So we get back a char star. If data incoming 0 is equal to zero, it'll still give us a result. Not equal to 0. We have a server. And it's running. Client. It worked. Wow. It worked. We have a server and we have a client. Well, they're both closed. There you go. Slowly worked through it, but I think we now can, in C, run a server. I think that's awesome. We have a server. I wonder. If that's possible. Change that ASCII into an integer. The reason you're not seeing anything as a result is because the ASCII code that's being sent through isn't a letter. Actually, no, let's undo that. Okay. Let's try sending an ASCII code through. 64. 65. That's your server up. There's your result. Completely wrong, but it's the result. Because we stuck an address in. Okay. Let's try that again. One server, one client, 65. There you go. It works. Is that an OMG? For C? God damn, it is for me. Well, we have the basis of a client and we have the basis of a server. Now what do we need? The server and the client to match up. Okay. So on the server, oh no, we're able to close the socket properly after all of that, once we got it working properly. What we did sort out was this buffer thingy. So we actually sorted out what I can only call the buffer here. So we were able to take this off for starters because that's a silly thing to have. And to do that, all we did was basically say be normal. Instead of ridiculous. So the definition changes to that. Now they are completely the same, except the server sets itself up slightly differently. Well, that's done within main, not within anything up here. So everything should be the same. It is. Wow. So a fixed receive. We didn't need to fix send. And I now know how this works. Port out. We changed the ports. But the ports are changed in main here. And the host address is the server address, which will stay the same because it's a local server. We've done it. We've cracked it. We have cracked it. So, test server, test client created. We have lost currently our library, which we can now set up with the correct information. All we do is we send this across. And include it. And that gets rid of all this rubbish. That's absolutely amazing. Now, this is where things become a problem. Because we now have two things what happens if I do that? Create and push. I'm allowed to do this, am I? I don't want it on GitHub. Could go locally only. Let's push the button and see what happens. Okay, create a Azure DevOps repository started. Your task will continue running in the background. Ready. What happened? I saw it flash, but nothing happened. Okay. It worked. Incoming 0, outgoing 0. Oh, right, push. It's doing something. It's thinking about it. Successfully pushed to origin master, create a pull request. Why would I want to do that? Dumbass. And that's the local history. There it is. There's the code. So I've now got a copy of it. Good. And it works. We've got a working copy called MMO Experiment. And it's saved out under Amber Skies, which is fine. Awesome sauce. That was easy. And that's how you program the basis for a server, which you then expand upon, obviously, to incorporate on the client side a game, on the server side, updating multiple clients. That's where it starts getting really interesting. I've got to work out a way of doing that. But it's obvious from this screen here, yeah, I've got another computer running. I think that's pretty obvious, isn't it? So, we will have other computers available to us to run the client on. I think I can also run it from the server. This is Windows 11, by the way. Quite nice, isn't it? I like it. I don't think anybody should be having problems with it. So we can place it on the server. We'll need to put a new thing in, won't we? A new folder. What do we need to place in there? The executable, obviously, but that's the executable on Windows. But if it's a local server, we should keep it local. We can keep it on the same machine. We just need to get a client that we can move around. We'd have to use a release. And that will have to be packaged with the DLLs required to run it, which are SDL. It's the only ones it needs. So we'll need a DLL package. Okay, this is starting to look good. Or we can build a server on Linux. That's the other choice. Which will be quite weird because it'll be done separately to this. Yeah, Linux sounds better, doesn't it? I think for testing purposes we'll stay with Windows. It's the same code for Linux anyway. It's exactly the same code on Linux as it is for Windows, so... There's no differences. It's the same code on Apple and Mac as well. Cross-platform, C is totally cross-platform. The only reason things have to be cross-platform is because people messed it up. SDL is already on Linux, SDL is on Mac, SDL is on Windows. SDL is one of the very, very few libraries that you can use across all platforms because it's in C. C isn't hard, look at it. You can read it. AmberNet, init. We're taking in the host IP address, the port in and the port out. If you can't read that, then you can't do C. That's it. That's all there is to C. All this stuff up here is just experience, knowing that I want it for later. But all you do really is follow the manual for SDLnet and you will come up with this for an initializer. And that is just a hash define. So if I ever want to change the buffer size, say, oh my god, there's not enough data. We need to be able to transfer more data at once, more than 1K. Then we just alter the number here at the top. and it alters everything within the program. The includes, I look them up as I go. This lot here is just what I knew we were going to need. These are just type defs. We need a few more type defs as well. Might have to modify our program for that. And then all you do is write a main. The actual program is this. Those few lines. So from 158 to 195, that's your program. People think it takes pages and pages and pages of code to write C. It doesn't. Every single function in C can be written roughly within one page, and that's close to, but I do have a lot of spaces in, and I do write downwards rather than across. That can all go on one line, by the way, just going straight across, but I write down. But that's as simple as you can get a program. Yeah, it is super readable. If you're writing in C, you're writing in your own language. You create all of this. C is in blue. Or purple. So you can see all of the bits that I've done in C. Main you have to have, because it's your start point. If you have a look through, there's not much, is there? There's one there. Everything else I've written. That's client. So all you do is you get rid of all of this rubbish and you just leave yourself with main. Basically. If you write it all in one line, then it becomes very, very compact and unreadable in my book. It's like memset. It says it like you can see memset void comma int comma size t. So that's your void, that's your int, and that's your size t. I just split them downwards. Every line of C ends in a semicolon. Except for the for loop. That's the only one that's different. I wonder why they kept that different. I suppose you could put a semicolon at the end there. But you don't really need it on brackets. I think most languages use brackets, if you're used to them. Basically it means it closes a section of code, and the end bracket will delete any kind of variables or data that is held within those brackets. So that gets deleted. But AmberNet buffer was outside of the brackets. That's why it's in yellow. So that was declared outside of the brackets, so it won't get deleted. So it's just knowing when to declare stuff. But it makes it, it's very obvious once you get into it. So anything in yellow is global on this screen. Anything in green is made up, variable name. And numbers are in a weird colour. The ampersand sign means address. If that's a char star, and that's the address of 0, isn't that the same as just writing that? Yes, it is. So you can see how you can simplify things as well. The name of any array, which is denoted by those square brackets, is a pointer to the array itself. And that's exactly what we want, a pointer of characters. So when you can read C, it becomes a lot easier, obviously. So I've literally simplified the whole of this receive data thing down. I've kept boiling it down until I've got the bare essentials, and you can read it. Once it becomes readable, you've got it right. Clever. I like that. I think C makes it easier. So what we should be able to do now is set up an experimental, so these are things to do, aren't they? We've completed all of this lot. Yeah, we'll just get rid of it. So now what we need to do really is transfer server code and that needs to go to, what should we call it, just experiment. No, we'll call it GameLib. Something like that. That's all we really need to do next. And that could be next episode, can't it? So if you've got any questions about programming itself, I would honestly say start with C. I'll show you what I mean. How's a good way of showing you? 2 alterations, not enough. Okay, save all. I wouldn't use Windows and I wouldn't use Visual Studio, but create a project. empty project, call it test, or whatever you want to call it, or playground, or sandbox. That's a good way. That's a good one to use. Okay. Place the solution in the project. Yeah. Create. All right. Go to its preferences, properties, and the output directory. Yeah. Change that to project instead of solution. Project. And we can get rid of the platform. And put something else in, can't we? What should we put in? I'd put executable. You can call it anything you want. Output directory. Do we need configuration? Not really. Get rid of that. Copy. Oh, excellent. But always have a sandbox. You never know what problems you might need to solve. Apply. Okay. And now we've got a sandbox. It says it's got all of this stuff in it. Well, if you click show all files, it's got nothing in it. So add new item, just a CPP will do, and call it main. There you have it. And now you can do anything you want in here. You can play around in here, and you know. There you go, play around with ideas in here. And you can do anything you want. And once you've got some ideas going for the project, you can then start constructing the project itself. I mean, C can only be difficult to deal with if you are going into a lot of multiple files. At that point, you have to know how to order your files, how to do the bookkeeping. So C will get to a certain size, and then people find it unusable. And they only find it unusable because they don't do certain things. And we'll be showing that as we go through. I'll keep that, because I hadn't already written a sandbox. We should always have one on the on here. Right, and on that note, I am going to go and feed the cat and have my tea. Tomorrow is my day off. Tuesday I will be back into Eve. I am hoping to get a level 5 mission done. So that'll be good. Otherwise, looking good. You lot take care, and if you're out there coding or if you're out there playing Eve, have fun. Do what you like and have fun. Take care all.